Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma where it's 85 degrees and sunny. It feels hot, and it is, but we're going to do our best. I did go in the visitor center, and it looks like not much has been seen lately from what they're telling me. No current checklist of things was posted because I guess the person who normally does it hasn't been around, but the point is no one's really been seeing all that much. Looks like a sunny day. What have I seen or heard since I arrived? Well, purple martins, house sparrows. I've seen one or two ruby-throated hummingbirds, and really not much else. I might... Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on a second. No, not much else. So I'm just completing my setup process here. That's not my vehicle, that's the next vehicle over that's making all that noise. I'm just finishing up my setup here, sorry. Like I said, it's hot, and it's the kind of day that might be challenging, but we'll see what we can see. I apologize for not getting to the campus during the week. It's not so easy for me to do sometimes, and I'm sure all or most of you are aware that we lost one of the young juvenile red-tailed hawks, P3, on the campus this week. Always sad to see. You know, we can say, oh, we need to maintain clinical detachment or whatever, but it's still sad to see. You know, I don't know about you, but I enjoyed watching that hawk, and you know, to learn of its passing during the week was, you know, it was very, very saddening. I did post highlights, really a long highlight reel of you know, our time with the Hawks last Saturday. And if you're interested in seeing that, there's a lot of P3 in that video. We're not going to get a good look there. And you might enjoy it, especially if you did not tune in last Saturday. And I would encourage you, you know, if you know of others who don't necessarily tune into this stream and might have missed it and all our time with the Hawks, I would encourage sharing that video because, you know, as I've mentioned last week and I've mentioned in prior years, when the Hawks leave the nest, you know, maybe with other nest cams, that's okay, that's kind of pretty much the end of it for the season. But with first Big Red and Ezra and now Big Red and Arthur, it's a little different. We have enough people watching and sharing, you know, photos and videos and live streams that you know, you're able to you know, keep up with the birds pretty well. And if there's anyone who is new, for instance, to the Big Red and Arthur red-tailed hawk camera this year, who didn't know that, well, now, you know, share that kind of information with them, because unlike most, like I say, unlike most nest cams, there are people on the ground who will enable the rest of the world to keep in touch with the birds that they've come to know. Oh, I did hear what I believe also earlier. while I was setting up, I heard I think a yellow-throated vireo. Forgot about that. And I saw pigeons on the way in. So that's that. My week has been kind of quiet. I have had a few sightings of my neighboring red-tailed hawks, but I'm not seeing them a lot. Some, but not a lot. Just heard a red-winged blackbird. And I just saw a different red-winged blackbird. And another one. And I believe I'm hearing some starlings right now. And just heard a common yellow throat. It's amazing. It's already the 11th of July. Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, it's, for me, because I do like all the seasons, and I also dislike the various things about each season that can be troublesome, like I don't like it when it's extremely hot, for instance. It's kind of nice when a season goes and we move on to the next. Summer's obviously not over yet by any means. I do know of someone who used to say, well, once the 4th of July comes, summer's over. Well, I don't think that way, but I think it's the turkey vulture. Might be hearing a marsh wren, maybe. Not so sure. I don't think so. I'm hearing something though. Hold on. Oh, come on, wire. Through so many screens. It's saying the sound I'm hearing. It's a northern rough-winged swallow. I'll take Merlin's word for it. Well, I'm not an expert on any birds, but definitely not an expert on swallows, and but like I said, I'll take Merlin's word for it that we're hearing northern rough-winged swallows. I'm glad they're vocalizing. If they hadn't, I wouldn't know. I would have just said, well, swallows, but... And I think I just heard a swamp sparrow. By the way, I did post video of the swamp sparrow we saw last week, if you're interested. If you happen to be new to all of this, if you're new to this stream, you know, the stream gets recorded automatically by YouTube. And that's all as one video, typically, unless there's a technical issue or something. And you know, each week's tour. And then what I do is if I happen to record in camera something that I felt was very you know, worthwhile, worth seeing again, worth further processing or whatever, then I will often take such recordings and you know, process them and post them separately onto YouTube on my same channel, but not under the live tab, but under the videos tab. And so sometimes I'll give you, even if you've seen something on the tour, it's going to be subject to, oh, I just heard a marsh wren. It's going to be subject to the you know, whatever signal strength I have and other factors. If I post a video separately, if I've processed it, usually you'll get a higher quality look. Maybe a little bit higher, maybe a lot higher. It depends on how good it was at the location. But sometimes it is worthwhile to look at the videos I've posted later, because you do get a clearer look at something. And it might be worthwhile. My hope is when I do post something like that, I hope that it is worthwhile. We just heard a song sparrow. I try not to post anything that is just, you know, not a good video, not good quality. Every once in a while I don't have a choice. Sometimes if, you know, the conditions were such that there's no way I could have recorded well, but I feel that it's important to share that video, then sometimes I'll share something which has, you know, not so great quality, but I usually try to post things that are of good quality. Hold on a second. Sometimes, you know, for instance, when it comes to putting together a highlights... Oh, who's that? Wood ducks. Mother and ducklings. Oops, hold on. I did hear a moment ago what I believe was a great blue heron, but I don't know where, and I'm not even certain it was a great blue heron, but it probably was. Let me set you down. Oops, hold on. yellowthroat again. Just looking at the reeds just to see if anybody's hiding. Swamp sparrow, common yellowthroat. Common yellowthroat again. Swamp sparrow. Another wood duck, different one I believe. Looks a little bit larger, but young, I think. Where is it? Right over here. Hearing that song sparrow again, or a song sparrow, I should say. Set you down again. I wish this wire would stop getting caught on my camera. It's so annoying. I think overall it hasn't been quite as hot. Certainly not the extreme heat that we had the prior week. But I mean, it's still summer, and like I said, today is 85 degrees and sunny, so it definitely feels hot. It's difficult to see where I want to see. We've got a lot of vegetation in the way on both sides. You're hearing a marsh wren now, or two. See something white? Hold on. I have to set you down. Hold on a second. I do see something white. It might be a swan. It most likely is. I mean, it's. Oh, what am I hearing? Hold on.
Oh, here's a great blue heron here, and what did I do? I thought I just saw something else. Oh, probably a gull, but I don't know if I can get it because of those grasses. It is a gull. Okay, and I want to look over. Looks like a couple of swans there and some young with them. And I think they're mute swans. I was going to look with the other camera. I think we won't. It's not going to give us a good view no matter what we do, just given the distance and the grasses and everything. But it looked like a couple of adult mute swans along with their young. And I think another great blue heron over here. Somebody's making noise. I think it's probably a great blue heron. Might not be though. Could be somebody else, but I think it's a heron of some sort. It's quiet here. There's no question about it. We're not hearing a lot of birds. We're not seeing a lot of birds. Keep moving along here, no sense in dilly-dallying. Now, I still wouldn't advocate for, just rushing right through. There, we might see something that we find of interest, but there have been, who's that? Turkey vulture? Probably. No, osprey. There have been years when these grasses get so tall, you have to go, there are long stretches where you cannot see the water at all. This year it hasn't happened yet. It could happen. I don't know, but I mean, like you'd have to be one of the, if you're here and there are other, a lot of other people around, you have to be, at one of the few breaks where you can actually see through to the water. Oh, somebody's swimming over here. I didn't get to see. It was a duck there, but I'm not sure what kind. Hold on a second. I'll let it go. It did return, by the way. It does that. Okay, took off and now it went to a different one. I wouldn't be stressed if it goes back to the same one. Sony announced a new camera this week. Hold on one second. Oh, I see a couple large birds in the air. It looks like an eagle to me. And there's another one up higher. Another bird of some sort. That looks like a turkey vulture. Back to the eagle. Anyway, that camera, I think I just saw a black tern, but I can't show it to you. It's just not where I could show you because of the grasses. Anyway, so Sony announced a new camera, the Sony RX10 Mark V. And apparently the last one, the Mark IV, was released 9 years ago. And, you know, they made some improvements and everything, but some things didn't change. And, you know, you see people in the various photography forums complaining about it. It's not going to work for them or whatever. And, you know, that's fine. I think sometimes, you know, people don't realize sometimes what these cameras are for or whom they are for. You know, some cameras, I mean, there's no one camera and lens combination that will do everything. That is not a duck, is it? No, that is, wait, or no, maybe it is. It is a duck. I think it's a wood duck. And I'm hearing vocalization. I'm not sure what it is. It might be a red-winged blackbird. But someone's, maybe not. Could be a youngster of some sort. Eagle's a little closer now. Let's look at it again. You can see it's not an adult. Okay, we'll let it go just because of the angle. So anyway, you know, Sony introduced it, and it has limitations that are, you know, at this point in history that are insurmountable in terms of capability and what you can expect of such a camera. And, you know, not that I'm a professional, but I go to a site where I think a lot of professionals make comments, and, you know, some of them, okay, the camera was released, and now they're announcing, oh, it's terrible, it's a terrible update, what a disappointment. And, you know, I just wonder if they understand whom this camera's for. It has you know, the camera has a fixed lens. It's a zoom lens, but you can't change it. And it's a very capable lens in its own right. But, you know, it's going on to a certain kind of camera sensor, imaging sensor. Swans out there, they look like mute swans. And, you know, that type of sensor, which apparently has changed little over the last, since it was released on the Mark III, not even the Mark IV, 10 years ago, hasn't changed all that much. And people are expecting this camera to do everything. Well, guess what? There's no, as far as I know, no camera, at least for my purposes, that does everything. And that's one reason why I use a couple different cameras, and I use multiple different setups depending on what I need and what the situation is. My point in telling you all this is that if you are new to photography or just thinking about getting started or something like that, I would never, I don't want to give anyone advice on what camera to buy. People ask me that every once in a while. What camera should I buy? And, you have to understand first, what are you trying to do? What are you hoping to do? Do you know? I mean, and some people, look, starting out, in fairness, they may not know what they want to do. They may try something thinking that they want to do this kind of photo, that kind of photo. Maybe they go out and they take some photos, whether it's indoors, outdoors, whatever, and they come back and say, well, that didn't work out for me. In fact, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to take this kind of photo, or maybe they went to a sporting event and they weren't really interested in taking photos of the event on the field. Maybe they wanted to take photos of the people nearby in the crowd. Oh, what do I see up ahead? Geese? Geese. Hello, geese. Lots of geese. Speaking of geese, on Wednesday, I saw 2 geese from my view at home. That means that those 2, anyway, seem to have finished their molting process. I haven't seen them since, but they seemed to have finished their molting process. So I would imagine other geese have finished or are finishing very soon, and they'll get back to their normal routine. Those are double-crested cormorants. Way out there. The other thing I did see this week, and I did record, but I thought things looked good when I was looking at my recording on the camera, but they didn't look so good when I was looking on a computer screen. But the fireflies in my area really put on a show the last few nights. And as I've described it to other people, I think we've got an osprey or 2 up here now. As I've described it to people, if you ever watch a sporting event on TV and they show you, they show you a wide view of the entire stadium or half the stadium, and you see, the little dots of people, but you also see flashes because they're all flashing their cameras. That's what the fireflies are like. It's a constant da, 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 with the fireflies lighting, and it's pretty neat, especially when you look through either binoculars or something like that. At least from my view of it. You almost I showed someone and that person thought it was like either just video noise or camera noise, or or just speckles in the video, whatever. And no, I was like, no, those are the actual fireflies. Look closely there. See, those look like new feathers there. Now let's see if we can get through without disturbing too many and without driving over all that goose poop. Some of these are clearly younger. They're a little smaller. I don't know if you saw that or not, but the younger geese are just kind of spreading their wings a little bit. No, you are not allowed to pass. I do love the geese, but I also don't want them to think that they can push us around, even though they can't. They can push us around, I just don't want them to know about it. Hello. I love the geese. Don't love their droppings, I admit that, but I do love them. Black tern right here. Hi, geese. Hello. Hello, geese. There are a few geese in the water also, just like I saw 3.
clear. I'd say this, I mean, we're not that it's really cloudy, but right now we're at least not in intense sunshine. It feels it's welcomed. The cloud is welcomed. Common yellowthroat, just heard. Someone, a person standing, well, you can't see, and neither can I right now, looking out over something. I wonder if, well, maybe not. I was wondering if this person sees something. I suspect not. Nope. She turned around. As I've mentioned before, you know, it's helpful to watch other people, and you know, if you are out and about and you see some people, note their behavior. Does it look like they're looking at something? If you have a group of people and they're looking in all kinds of directions, there's a decent chance they're not seeing anything special. Decent. If they're all looking at one thing, obviously, and if they're looking through cameras and if they're looking through scopes and things like that, then it might be worth investigating. Oh, maybe they're seeing something. I mention often, you know, I'll see a parked car and I'll wonder, oh, is there someone, do they have something special in their sights? And then when you get close, oh, they're just having lunch. I mean, so it all depends. Going through this area a little bit faster just because the grasses are thick enough that
something would have to be really out in the open for me to see it. What on earth? There it is again. Is it two butterflies or just one? I think it's two. Where is it? It is 2. Okay. All right, hold on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, shoot. Come on, where are you? These, I believe, are mating monarch butterflies. I could be wrong. See if they land again. They're still in flight, and okay, they've moved on.
I see them again. They keep flying around. I don't know if we'll get a good view or not. Okay. Now they went a little bit farther out and dropped out of view for the moment, so we're going to move on. It did seem, though, in terms of the flying effort, only one was flapping its wings. And that's not surprising. I'm not sure if both could flap their wings at the same time. Just given they'd probably come in contact, and maybe it wouldn't be possible. We're hearing a common yellowthroat, and I think song sparrows. And I'm just driving by slowly, just in case there are any wading birds there that I can manage to see. Heard a marsh wren and a song sparrow.
here. Sometimes this pool of water here, or this area of water, does dry up, but it hasn't yet this year. And it's not just, you know, in years that they drain the main pool. There are other years too. It has, if it's been dry, it can dry out, but plenty of water there now.
We've seen a lot of birds, but we have seen wood ducks and ospreys, an eagle. We haven't seen, but we've heard marsh wrens, swamp sparrow, song sparrow. Seen some mute swans. I think I see up ahead likely some great egrets. We saw them in this area last week also. I see at least right now 3 great egrets. Saw several last week. Oh, and maybe some, hold on, maybe some ducks also of some sort, probably mallards. Stop right here for a second. We're just going to take a quick look, I think, unless we see something out of the ordinary. So, here, great egret, great egret, great egret. And then down here, they do look like mallards. I'd say they're mallards. Sorry, it's hard to hold still. Oh, come on, fly, leave me alone. Oh, who's this? I'm hearing killdeer. And, oh, I think I see them. There's one anyway. And I think I just heard a greater yellowlegs. You know, maybe, I don't know if the water levels are down enough here to be good for shorebirds. Doesn't look like it's all that deep. Now, who's, they were walking, just mallards, I think, yeah. Okay, let's, move on. Turn around and try to get a better look at one of the egrets. Well, oh, the one that was closest just took off. And it's still in flight, low to the water, now gaining a little bit of altitude. This is the Benning Marsh, by the way, I believe, that we've been looking at. some shorebirds flying around. And a bunch of starlings just keep going, I think. Oh, there's another egret much closer here. I don't know if we'd get a good view of it just because of the grasses. Right. Oh, this won't be great. No. No, it's hard to see. Sorry about that. Too many grasses. Oh, great blue heron there also. Let's keep moving on, I think. By the way, as I've mentioned it before, I don't mention it maybe often enough, but you know, I announce tour times on MeWe, and I believe YouTube sends out notifications as well, but I'm not sure how good it is about getting those notifications out and getting them to everybody. But I'm on the MeWe social network, and I post there. So I mean, if you want to join us on MeWe, if you are really interested in all this, you know, you can join us there. It's free to join, and then just look up the Ferris Tour bird watching group, and if you look like a legitimate person, I'll get you in if you want to join it. But you'll get notifications then. Hold on. Looks like a northern harrier, I think. Haven't seen one in a while. Okay, getting farther away. Anyway, that's a good place to know about things and to learn about videos I post. Also, a couple other reasons. Well, namely, for instance, you get to see Mary's beautiful collages that she's been putting together after each tour. Very kind of her, Mary Monson's collages. Just providing, you know, beautiful images from what we see during a given tour. I also hope that with each tour you thank Dolph for keeping an eye on things. Making sure I stay on course. I try to stay on course on my own, I have to admit, but every once in a while all seriousness, I mean, I appreciate the help that people provide. Sometimes when there's a problem, I won't know about it until too late. And it's good to learn about things sooner rather than later sometimes. Hold on, I gotta do something. Sorry about the noise, but I need the window open. I get the sense the red-winged blackbirds are upset about something. Maybe that area is back or something. I don't see anything. I just see them, the red-winged blackbirds, several of them circling around. They definitely brought my attention to that northern harrier we saw. In the air. No, that's not a great blue heron. That's a black crowned night heron. Hey. Of course, not flying towards us. I don't know where it is now. Oh, there it is, I think. Well, it's not in clear view now, but that was a black-crowned night heron. We've seen them a number of times this year. We've yet to get a great look. Somebody is finding their way into the there were some ducks there, I believe, and they just went in to hide, maybe because of us. Sorry, ducks. And a different duck is in the air now. Looks like a mallard. Looks like another black-crowned night heron. Can we let it go? If I had to guess, it's going to the same place where the first one went. And probably came from the same spot where the first one was.
great egret. Oh, I wish I stopped it. Right there. Not in good view, and I just heard a common yellowthroat. So three different heron species today so far. Great blue heron, great egret, and black crowned night heron. And who's this over here? Probably another great blue heron. Looks like it. Another one on the ground. Oops. Oh, and I think a great egret over here.
Maybe we'll get a decent view of it.
First, let's look at the great blue heron a bit. Hold on. Okay. And now the gull, is that also a black tern? I think so. Hold on. Oh, I can't see. Too much sunshine. Let's go see if we can have a look at that great egret. Let's I'm going to leave everything in place. The problem is going to be the grasses, I think. Oh, another great blue heron coming in. Come on. Let's see if we can go to the other side, see how the light changes. I think it will. And oh, there's another one at ground level. I don't know if I can show it to you really or not. Right here. And another one right over here also, but I won't be able to show you because of the grasses, I think. Okay, we're going to move on.
I have to tend to something. 1 second. Take a minute or two. Actually. I don't know if you realize how much the light changed when we went from one side. You know, we were looking forward at the egret, and then we were looking back, and it seemed to improve when we looked back. And I've noticed that in this stretch over the years when it comes to dealing with a white bird in sunshine. So here in this view, we have Canada geese with it, and then a great egret, and behind a great blue heron. And in the air, who's that in the air? Looks like an osprey, I think. It is carrying a fish or something. Looks like a fish, but I mean, looks like only a partial. Could be wrong. Anyway, getting back to the lighting, sometimes it just seems like when we're here, and if the light is bright on a white bird, it can be very difficult to see, at least for me. I'm not an expert. And but I've found that things improve a little bit when we go keep driving along this road and then look back at the bird. It just seems to improve a bit. Not perfectly maybe, but it just seems to help. Another common yellowthroat. I would say we're just about at the end of Wildlife Drive here, so that's about it. Still 83 degrees, so warm. See some starling. More starling. You can hear them. And that is it for Wildlife Drive. Could have been worse, but certainly not our most active. From the Shockey Pool side, I just heard a common yellowthroat. Looking out on Mace Point, I'm not seeing anything really. There might... What's in the air? Hold on. Looks like a large bird of one sort or another. It looks like an osprey. Above Mace Point, right over here. I don't know if there's much going on there. Last week there was very little going on when I checked. Kind of just heard a common yellowthroat from the Mace Point side now. Let me look at the binoculars. I mean, I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. I think we're going to just move on, unfortunately. Might be a few Canada geese in the distance, but I'm not seeing much other activity. Let's move on. I see a couple larger birds in the air. I'm not sure what they are. Might be ospreys. Just heard a song sparrow. Sorry about the noise. You know, last week we weren't really cut short at Van Dyne Spoor, maybe a little bit, but we really weren't seeing much. Now, some of that might have been because of the rain, but there didn't seem to be that much activity. I'm hearing a northern cardinal and a house wren. And did I hear it? I don't know if I heard a yellowthroat or not. Anyway, like I said, it didn't look like there was all that much activity at Van Dyne Spoor, and there really hasn't been a ton of activity lately when we've been there. Just heard a song sparrow. And another song sparrow. And I see a robin. well up above in the air. What do I see? Great blue heron. It's just interesting how things change throughout the year. You know, I was just thinking just now, looking to our left, and you know, in the fields, and as we drove in, oh, who's this? Hold on a second. You know, all the sandhill cranes we saw months ago. I don't remember when it was exactly, but we saw a lot of them, and you know, wouldn't expect to see anything like that this time of year, and indeed we don't. Not this time of year. I think that was a swamp sparrow we just heard. I don't know if there's all that much going on here. At least not this time of day. Let's drive forward a bit. I don't happen to see anything standing out with the naked eye. No. Nothing white down there. Is that something? Hold on. Not white, but is it something? No, maybe not. Ah, great blue heron there. Looks like a pied-billed grebe there, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Alright, let's, I mean, there aren't even a lot of swallows, although I do see some on the lines up there. Let's look from here, I guess. Hold on a second. So I have an ongoing project here, and I haven't yet worked all the issues out that I want to work out, so still have to deal with some logistical issues here in Montezuma. What am I hearing? Hold on. You know what I think I probably heard, now that I think about it?
Yeah, I'm hearing a common gallinule. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm hearing at least 2 common gallinules. And who's that there? That's an American coot there, a couple of them. See the white bill. Similar to the gallinule, but there are a few differences. And now a number of swallows. Hold on. Are just flying around here. Over the grasses and everything. I've come to really enjoy seeing the swallows, especially when they're in good numbers, like huge numbers like we've seen over the last couple of years at times. Okay, but there's not much going on here, I think. I think we're going to move on. Checking for a few things here and there. Okay, just deal with some things.
What I love is when we see, like, you know, we've seen it along Wildlife Drive, we've seen it along Van Dyne Spoor, when, you know, all of a sudden there are thousands of swallows that have come in, and they're, you know, just flying around the water or flying around wherever. It's just an impressive sight. So lucky because, you know, I do find this interesting, entertaining, beautiful, all this sort of thing, and I'm lucky I'm able to see it with my own eyes. You know, I mean, obviously there are people who are not bird watchers who have no interest in such things, and, you know, I don't know what they have an interest in, but you know, maybe they don't get to see with themselves or have ready access to a way to do it. I mean, for instance, if you are just primarily interested in, I don't know, architecture, yeah, I mean, you could see the architecture in your area, and maybe it's fine. Maybe there's a lot of it that's of interest. But, oh, I want to see the Eiffel Tower. Well, that means going all the way to Paris. And maybe you just can't do that for one reason or another, or multiple reasons. And it's not just that. You know, maybe you are interested in it, you've seen it, and now, okay, I've seen it. The lucky thing about watching birds is that things are always changing. So, you know, just see all kinds of different situations, activities, etc. And if you might see black-capped chickadees, millions of times, but then all of a sudden on one special occasion you had an especially interesting or good look or something that you had never had before. So, in a way, that's why I say I'm lucky, because I am interested in seeing the birds, and I'm also interested in photography in general, and so I'm lucky to be able to do this. One thing was interesting, unrelated to birds, but the other night when I was recording, or I thought I was recording well, the fireflies, at one point I looked up. The sky was fairly clear, not cloudy, and the moon was not up, or at least if it wasn't disturbing anything in terms of putting out too much light. And so I look up, and I'm not using any kind of a powerful lens or anything like that. In fact, I was set at effectively 75 millimeters, so not high magnification. And I can see the stars, no problem. Now, I will say the lens I was using does have a wide maximum aperture, so that takes in a lot of light, which is a good thing. But anyway, I look up and I see the stars. Okay, they're doing what stars do. To the naked eye, they're not moving. But there were a whole bunch of other things that were moving. And very obviously moving. And I had seen on one or two occasions before this sort of movement, and on one occasion in particular, it was at the time of whatever meteor shower, and I thought, I must be seeing those meteors, and it's there's more movement than I expected. Okay, good. But I think I was wrong in that thinking that time, because I don't know of any meteor showers going on right now, but I looked up the other night, and like I said, there was a lot of movement, and I've seen a lot of movement here in Montezuma, and I thought, could there be that many planes passing overhead? But it couldn't have been planes, because generally when the sky gets dark, if you're seeing a plane, all you see are the flashing lights, or if it has a light, a solid, continuous light on, you see that maybe if it's pointed in the right direction towards you. But that's, I didn't see any flashing lights. These were just white dots moving. And I'm pretty sure what I was seeing, and this surprised me, satellites. And I went online and I looked, and someone else was upset, had recorded such a thing and was upset because this was ruining the person's efforts at astrophotography. But anyway, I never thought that I would be able to so readily see satellites just flying overhead. I just assumed that they'd all be too far away to see. But apparently it's best to look shortly after it gets dark, because I guess the sun can still be lighting those satellites. It may not be lighting the ground around you, but it lights the satellites, and you can see, they reflect that light towards you. So pretty neat to see. And I don't mean there was like one here then one there. I mean, there were several at once. Most flying in generally the same direction, but some in different directions. And like I said, I didn't need a powerful, astro telescope to see it. I think I could have seen them with binoculars. I'm not sure I would have been able to see them with the naked eye. I kind of doubt it. I mean, they're small, but still, it's very obvious that these things are moving. And like I said, for me anyway, neat to see. I will say this, when I have taken photos of the night sky, usually or very often, it depends on what you're trying to do and if you know what you're doing, and I don't, but if you very often you have long exposure, and meaning the shutter stays open for a long time. And, if nothing's moving, then nothing is moving. But if something is moving within your view, you'll see a streak of light if you have a long exposure. And so sometimes, I look up and I'm not seeing any, I don't happen to see like any planes, no flashing lights. And then I look at my photo later, it's like, wow, look, what are these streaks from? And I think that's probably what I was seeing, if I had to guess. Anyway, welcome to Van Dyne Spoor. It's 85 degrees. We're going over the train tracks. I hope you lifted your feet like I've lifted my feet. For good luck. I can't remember if I told you, but recently, within the last few months, I asked the person in my family, I just saw a robin, I asked the person in my family who got me started on lifting my feet some, decades ago, can we stop doing this now? And the answer was no. Essentially, no. You have to keep doing it. Turn off the air conditioning and lower the windows. Let's listen. I don't want to stay here too long because I do want to get back to Ithaca. I don't mind staying here if we see something, but if we're not, we're going to move right through. What's that? What was that? Is that an indigo bunting I just heard? Of course, it only vocalized once, so okay. Keep moving. Hoped the road would be smooth. Well, guess what? Is it better than it was? Maybe. No, it's not. It's dry. At least it's not muddy. But if anyone else goes through, I can see behind me. I'm throwing up a cloud of dust just by driving through. I'm not driving that fast. Notice it's quiet here. I'm not hearing anything from the woods. It does look like along the road they did do some trimming of branches and things like that, I would say. Oh, that's a vireo, but not red eye. There's too much stuff going on here. Of course, it stopped vocalizing. Okay, there it is again. Yellow-throated vireo. Okay. Bugs are trying to get in the car. Not mosquitoes, they're a different kind of flying insect. I've seen, as of yet, I've seen no other vehicles here on the road. Maybe everybody knows something we don't, because I haven't, well, now we do, because we haven't really heard much. The yellow-throated vireo. Flies have stuck with me longer than they usually do. They usually don't come this far. Yeah, they've definitely. Oh, great blue heron. They've definitely done some cutting back of vegetation. It doesn't mean that all the tall vegetation is out of the way. Obviously, you can see here. It's just farther back, but it's being kept away from the road. So will we be able to see better? Maybe a little bit, maybe not. Maybe it won't make much difference. I'm going to keep the windows closed now, for now, just because of the dust. So this, I don't know if this is the same great blue heron or not. Might be. I don't know if we're going to be up here, here in Van Dyne's for very long or not. I'm going to set you down. One thing one thing nice about the rain that we had last week is any mud that happened to get stuck in my wheel wells was washed away on my way back, I think. So by the time I got home and everything, not that it was raining on my actual drive home, but by the time I went to wash my car, at least there wasn't like a lot of thick, big, caked on mud to deal with this time.
Who's this? That in the distance looks like a turkey vulture. It's hot in here now.
Let's open the windows again, I guess. I'll have to drive slowly. Oh, that feels better. Song sparrow. Red-winged blackbird. Song sparrow again.
It's a great heron, and this is a gull, I believe. Oh no, maybe not. Cloud wire. I think. Is that a tern? Or is that a gull? No, it's not. I think it's a tern. I may be wrong. I think it is. So I think it might have been a Caspian tern. I'm not sure though. Just startled. There are a few great herons flying around now.
Getting back to my discussion earlier about cameras and that new camera that Sony announced, there are people saying, well, I can take better pictures with my such and such camera, or this camera, or that camera. And I'm not saying they couldn't, but those other cameras, which don't have their own built-in lenses, you'd have to, most likely, in terms of doing everything that this new camera can do, you'd more than likely need to change lenses. And, if you have the time to do that, that's fine. Sometimes you don't have the time to do that. Those other cameras that they were referring to, they have larger sensors, and as a result, they have some better capabilities in terms of image quality and everything. But that one camera from Sony is probably it's not cheap. I think it's like $2,300. But in terms of what it can do for you, it's a pretty impressive camera. But you have to understand its limitations too.
Okay, you're hearing a yellowthroat. That's an eagle. Yes, it is. Okay, so that's a bald eagle and adult by the looks of things. Oh, hold on. Did it just go to the water? Did I miss that? Or was it carrying something already? Because it looks like it has a fish. I think it just caught it and I missed it. I'm sorry because of just trying to stop and get focused on it. Or caught something anyway. I see pie-billed grebes. I see Those look like mallards. Black tern. And another or two.
I've mentioned before, I wish there were one camera that could do everything I happen to need. It would make things easier. And I mean one camera, not just for the tour, I mean one camera for everything. You know, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. And what I mean is one camera and lens setup. No need to change lenses ever.
So while you're looking at the eagle, I'm going to look around a bit. I do see a great egret out there. Not close. Actually, wait a minute. I see a cormorant in the air. One second, everybody. We're going to move on from the eagle in a moment, but lighting's improving, I think, maybe. Obviously an adult bald eagle. Good to see it. I somehow don't believe it was the same one we saw in flight that had caught a fish, or I somehow don't believe it's the same one, but I could be wrong. I think that one seemed to have was going over to the trees somewhere. Some gull activity also. And I don't know if I want to go too much farther. I don't want to disturb the eagle. All right, let's start to turn back the other way. The sun has kind of come out again. So anyway, I had seen a great egret over here somewhere. At least I thought I did. Hold on, let me look with binoculars. Okay, I see it. Yeah, right there. Not close. See some black tern activity there. But I mean, all in all, it's kind of quiet here. Nothing crazy happening. I wouldn't be surprised if we'd see a fair amount more activity late in the day, or maybe if we were here early in the morning, we might.
What I'm wondering also is, what is this, how are things going to continue to work? Are they going to dry out a bit as we go through summer? I don't know. I definitely see a black tern now.
Or I'm not a black tern, I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of tern that was, but it was a tern, not a gull. Somehow didn't seem to have a black cap. That a Caspian would have.
Oh, definitely has a black head now.
This is what I'm seeing now. Yeah, it's not staying within our view.
haven't seen any Canada geese here. I'm not saying there aren't any here, but I didn't notice any. I'm guessing there are some. I just didn't look in all the places, especially because we didn't drive to the very end of the road. It's the eagle's fault. I see some American bullfinches. Just heard one of them. Overall quiet here. Now again, it might be better to be here later in the day or earlier in the day. Oops. Oh, I was going to show you a deer, but it just took off. I think it saw me coming back and took off. So overall, I'd say it's been kind of quiet up here in the Montezuma area. We did see a few nice things, but nothing, certainly nothing out of the ordinary. No huge numbers of anything, but we've had a few nice looks at some things, like that bald eagle. We did see, I liked some of our views of the great egret, for instance, earlier. Why don't we, I think we should probably take a break now and give me a chance to pack up a little bit here, do a little bit of driving, and then get back to Ithaca. And I think roughly 5:30 I should resume, maybe somewhere around there, maybe a little bit later. I don't know, it depends on how quickly I can get packed up and reconfigure and drive there. Check my phone in a minute. Oh, you know, I never did turn on the chat room, did I? No. How did I get all that mud on my back window? Anyway, let me just see if you got the message. Oh, come on, I have to sign in. I have a different phone now. I'm assuming you did get it. Dolph, if you don't mind, would you send me a message indicating that you received it and you know that we're starting at about 5:30? Jeez. Don't care about any of that. I just, okay, so forget it. I think I can get my way now to the app. Okay. Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It is mostly sunny, partly cloudy, and still warm. I didn't note the temperature on my way in. I apologize for the delay, but just everything was slow in getting here. And I have seen some Canada geese, and I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. I heard a northern cardinal, and I'm not sure what else. So anyway, let me get what I need so we can get going and have a walk. And we'll see what is what. I better have a drink of water. Oh, I forgot some things. One second. I need a little bit more time. You know, sometimes when there are people who are really good at something, you know, others say, oh, you make it look easy. Well, I make this look difficult. There's no question about it. If you could see all the things that go on, I make it look difficult. Okay, let's get this out of there. And like I said, we'll see if we can have a decent walk. And my hope is to go to the campus. It's warm, no question about it. Should be a little bit easier here just because, you know, we won't be in direct sunshine the whole time. I hear a robin in the distance singing. And I'll be with you shortly. Oh, we're parked here because of the geese. I can see now that I'm back here, I can see one of the geese, an adult. I just heard a common yellowthroat. Hearing at least one robin sing. Oh, I see it, I think. I think I have everything. I hear an American goldfinch.
Let's move a little bit. I don't like this. Okay, we'll move on. Nice to see this robin sing. There's just something about watching a bird sing like that. And, oh, I see some other people. They're probably looking at the Canada geese also. Let's look at them from here. Hearing that cardinal sing. Also, in addition to the robin. Okay, you might have a better look from the other side, but we're going to continue walking. Hissing at me. How, I'm not going to hurt them. They should know me by now. What bird? The birds on the ground? Those are Canada geese. You're welcome. On. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. You want a better look? Take this, scan that with your smartphone, and you'll see what I'm seeing. And you can keep the card. They're moving out of view though, so hurry. Did it work? All right. You're welcome. Good luck to you. Take care. Thank you. There's nothing better than sharing birds with people. Nothing. Alright, now we can't. I see. Is that. What is that? I think a chipmunk maybe on the ground. Or a red squirrel. I think it's a red squirrel, but it's not even facing us, so we're going to continue on here. Like I've been noting the last few weeks, the vegetation inside the feeding garden has grown to the point that we just cannot see the feeders from, or at least not well, from outside of the feeding garden itself or from within the lab. You can see all this vegetation here has grown in over the weeks also. So it's getting more difficult to see here as well. See the water. Now also, if I step a few steps forward, I'll have the sun in my eyes. But I'm going to do that because I want to see over here in particular. Oh, wait, is that something? No, never mind. Just heard a downy woodpecker. And we're hearing red-winged blackbirds. I think I just heard a swamp sparrow. Oh, I see a green heron. Won't be in good light. It's backlit very strongly, but we'll look at it as best we can. And we'll stop right here, I think. Oh, it just took off. Oh, come on. It just took off. It was right down here. Oh, no, that is a common grackle, but there was a green heron there, and it took off and flew up and out of the view into there. So they're around anyway. And that looks like a duck of some sort. Let's see if we can maybe see it. Is that maybe possibly the merganser we saw last week? We saw a hooded merganser last week, and this also looks like a hooded merganser, probably maybe the same bird. I'm hearing a song sparrow. So while you're looking at the merganser, let me look around with binoculars. I'm hearing a cardinal in the distance. As I said, I don't believe we would have had a good look at that green heron, but still I would have liked to have seen it. And I see a great blue heron in the distance back here. Let me lighten things up. No, that's not it. There it is. Great blue heron. I wish that green heron, and that's why I walked over here. I was hoping to see a green heron, maybe in this area, but I'll say the water it's not very shallow, and you might need more shallow water for a green heron to be interested in some of these areas, just because they can't handle the deeper water like a great blue heron can. All right, let's get going. Well, maybe we'll have a look at that great blue heron later. But I was hoping to see over here somewhere a green heron or something else, anything else. One second here. Oh, hold on a second. Heard a robin. Okay, let's get to the trails, I think. It's been relatively quiet here last few times we've been here, but we have seen some nice things. You never know what we'll see today. I know I didn't show it to you, but I've seen a green heron. And I did show you the great blue heron. Just heard a swamp sparrow. We've heard American robins. Heard or seen Canada geese. American goldfinch, I think. Northern cardinal. Common grackle. Did I say red-winged blackbird? I think so. Feels cooler in here already. Something's moving over there, I think. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. The vegetation moved. You know, I wonder if this is tight. Maybe not. I thought I saw over there some motion in the vegetation, but maybe not. Maybe it was a breeze or something, but it didn't seem right for it to be a breeze. Swamp sparrow. And up above somewhere I hear an American goldfinch. Potato chip, potato chip, potato chip. I am hearing some noise from probably someone, sounds like a hammer or something across the street, but that's just pointing that out. And I do that because, you know, okay, someone might think, oh, are you hearing a woodpecker? No, don't believe so anyway. We did hear a downy earlier, but I think I'm hearing a gray catbird. And I see a gray catbird actually on the... Oh, just took off. It was on the rail. You know, if you think about it, you know, when I was back near the water and in the sunshine, it felt warm and everything. Even if I had all of a sudden, like, pull out an umbrella or something just to shade me in the sun, it would still feel warm, most likely, because the ground had been, you know, in that sunshine for hours. And the heat from the ground would still be rising. Here within the woods, it's you know, it's been in shade or near shade all day. What am I hearing? I think it's probably American goldfinch also. Yeah, I think so. It sounds like it. Hold on one second. I miss my old phone. Yeah, I thought so. American goldfinch, okay. The new phone is faster, it's larger, which doesn't necessarily appeal to me, but it has no home button. I like the home button. The new phone has more examples of Apple trying to be too cute. I hear I think I just heard an American crow, but I'm hearing a red-eyed vireo in the distance, not very close. Just want to look around a bit. Definitely hearing a crow now. woods are fairly quiet. We've heard that crow in the distance, and we've heard the red-eyed vireo in the distance, but nothing lately. Nothing else, that is. And, you know, it's warm, but it's not oppressively hot. And also, it's not middle of the day hot. It's, you know... Uh-oh, mosquitoes. Don't make me get out the bug spray, please. I will admit, though, you know, it's not spring any longer, it's summer. And, you know, in spring we hear more singing and more vocalizations in total, I would say. But now we're into summer and things have settled down in some ways. Alright, we'll keep going, I guess, back to the Wilson Trail. Did a mosquito just land on my face? Maybe. I'm lucky I don't have the racket with me. There's the American crow again. I think we're coming back into range of that red-eyed vireo. Starting to hear it again. We're not hearing any vocalizations. We're not hearing woodpeckers hitting trees or anything like that. Nothing. It's beautiful here, though. I'll say that. think it's another vireo we're hearing, red-eyed vireo. But as I noted, no one else is singing or vocalizing. Well, I might be hearing somebody. Oh, it sounds like a red-winged blackbird. Not here in the woods, most likely near the pond. You know, habitat is obviously important. You know, if, let's say someone's in the woods like I am now, and they ask me, well, I thought I saw a red-winged blackbird, and you know, in an area like this, I'd suspect that they were incorrect, you know, if they weren't sure what they saw. Because, I mean, have we ever seen a red-winged blackbird in this area? Not that I can recall. Near the pond, maybe, but not here. And I say that because when I was listening once to that, I don't know if I ever finished the whole thing. Was it called Birding by Ear? I think so. They were describing 3 different calls or songs from 3 different species, all fairly similar, and sometimes extremely difficult to tell apart. And the suggestion was, well, at least note the habitat, because if you're in an area of higher elevation, for instance, it's unlikely you'd be hearing the bird that might be, you know, down near the water, for instance. So sometimes, like I said, that's all you have. All things being equal, maybe sometimes that's what you have to say. Well, I'm not sure, but at least I know this. I was hearing it or seeing it in such an area, and then you have to think, okay, well then maybe it's not likely that I saw this species, but I saw this species. That was a robin we just heard. And you're hearing a continuing song from a red-eyed vireo. And they're known to do that. Just a constant, seemingly unending song. Now it stopped. Thanks. No, but they're known for that. It's a cheery song, and if you're a bird watcher and you're going through a hot summer day, you're looking for other birds, and maybe you're frustrated looking for a particular bird, and all you're hearing is the red-eyed vireo happily singing and not stopping. It adds to the frustration. Nice breeze. May sound noisy to you, but it feels good to me. come here all that often. Every once in a while we walk in this area, but I've always liked it. Even though it's not necessarily the best spot for seeing birds, this area that we're in, but I've always liked the looks of it. I like those trees. Some areas where there's so much cover at eye level and down, it's hard to see anything. Here there's almost not enough vegetation at eye level and down, so down here I don't see very many birds. But occasionally I've seen over the years something interesting up high, maybe a larger bird, a raptor, but not so much lately, quite honestly. I think it looks better to my eyes. I'm not sure exactly how you're seeing it, but to my eyes I think it looks better than it does on the camera. Chipmunk on the trails, and just went off the trail. I really shouldn't bother to turn in here, but I'm going to. Okay, just heard a common yellowthroat. And this is why I shouldn't bother. Grasses are just too tall. You can barely see the water from here. Something flew across the water and it looked maybe reasonably large. I don't know what it was. Okay, we'll keep going though because, like I said, we can't see. Love to see a yellowthroat and have a good look. I wonder if that was either a red-bellied woodpecker or a downy woodpecker. I'm hearing a northern cardinal. someone was just nearby and flew away. I don't know who it was. Yellowish in color, though. And that, again, vocalization, that was a... sorry, common yellow throat. Oh, who's this? Come on, come on. Osprey. Hold on a second. We don't see them here every time we're here, but every once in a while. Being chased, I think that's by, yeah, that's, I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been an eastern kingbird, but I'm not sure. Might not be. Hold on. Oops, lost it. I'm hearing an eastern kingbird, and of course the common yellowthroat is nearby. Here it comes again. I may have just heard a green heron, I'm not sure. You're hearing that eastern kingbird now. It sounds like it's nearby. Kind of trying to sneak a peek. Oh, I see it. Eastern kingbird. And whom did I just hear? The osprey is out of view right now. I don't see it. And who's this over here? Flycatcher of some sort. Okay. And, oops, sorry. Okay, hold on. So, back to the eastern kingbird for the moment. I want to look around with binoculars a bit. You know, hold on. Hey, we were looking at you. Alright, let's look out there. I think I see a great blue heron. Yes, I do, right there. And we'll stay with the heron for the moment while I look around with binoculars. I would say there are at least 2 common yellowthroats in the area singing. I have not, oh, hold on. Come on. There you are. That's beautiful. Just went to the water and is above the water and now maybe flying back up. Well, I think it flew to the same tree, but a lower perch. I can't see. That's to the great blue heron, who's just preening out there. And I'm not seeing anything else. I was hoping maybe we'd see a green heron, but no. And I was about to say, I haven't seen or heard any signs of a belted kingfisher, for instance. I was hoping the osprey would actually, dive to the water. It looked like it wanted to a couple times and then changed its mind. Robin there. But I haven't seen the osprey, since it flew out of view. I haven't seen it since. Was someone swimming there? Could that have been the merganser, maybe? Something's disturbing the water over there. I'll bet, okay, maybe it was just bubbles from something underneath. Okay. I think we're going to move on. Oh, did I hear a witch thrush? And wait a minute. What am I hearing? That's eerie, is it? Come on. maybe the catbird is making that sound. Definitely one catbird is right nearby, but I'm hearing a deer. I suggested to the lab some time ago, it wasn't the last migration celebration, I believe it was the one before it, or maybe the one before that. Anyway, I suggested that with Merlin, have the ability, and granted, this is easier said than done to add it, but if Merlin is hearing a given bird's call, identifies the bird and everything, and okay, fine, so it knows what bird it is. It would be nice if it could also provide, maybe with the option set by the user, the descriptive, whatever you want to call it, the description of the sound. So, for instance, with, let's say a mallard. If you hear the standard, you say, okay, that's the quack. Or if you hear like we just heard just now, the common yellowthroat, wickety, wickety, wickety. If that's written by it, sometimes that can be helpful, because if you're hearing a number of birds and you really don't know the birds at all, you may be wondering, okay, great, I'm hearing all these birds, but which is which? And clearly it should be possible, because, if the app is identifying the call, that's the major difficulty. Now you're just conveying more information. This is the wickety-wickety call. This is, or maybe this is an alert call, So maybe describe it and also say what kind of call it is. So the wickety-wickety of the common yellowthroat, well, that's a song. When you're hearing a robin alert call, maybe describe it and also say this is an alert call. It's something to, granted, you only have so much room on a phone's screen, but I think there's probably enough room for that. A couple birds around. One I believe was a red-winged blackbird, but something's moving. The vegetation, maybe another one over there. Hold on. That's my guess. And, cardinal, I think. Hey, come back here. There. Northern cardinal male. Okay, maybe out of the area. Oh, something was just there and flew. Do I still see it? Maybe a sparrow of some sort. Most like, oh, come on. I don't know what it was, not a sparrow. And I don't know if it's still there. I think it may have flown over here somewhere. I'm going to wait for a moment. I don't know what it was. It may have been there's a chance it was a yellowthroat female, but I don't know. I hear a robin. Doesn't seem to be coming back. Okay, we're going to move on. Hear some calls from red-winged blackbirds. I wonder if maybe by any chance the osprey's back. Or something. No, I don't see it. I think I just heard a house rat. While you're looking at that turtle, I'm going to look around. Mark answer. I'm guessing it's the same one we saw last week. I don't know if it's just a young one. And we've seen over the last few years, now we had not seen this year a mother with babies, but we had seen in prior years I'll say what seemed to be the case is we'd see the mother and babies, and then maybe weeks later, eventually we just see a baby or two, and that's it. And I don't know how they go about things, but maybe the mother leaves them relatively early. I don't know. Well, I'm looking around. I'm not seeing anything bird-wise, really, other than the smooth answer. Wish it well. Okay, let's keep going, I guess. I believe those are grackles up there, common grackles. May have just seen a mourning dove, but I'm not sure. That one was out of view. Okay, let's move ahead. I think there's a robin on the trail, so we'll wait a bit. Don't want to bother it. Just heard a song sparrow. The robin's still on the trail. Hope it's not like those bully geese at Montezuma who weren't letting us pass for a while. Gotta love the robins. Song sparrow again. Oh, no. Here. Well, if that robin's going to do that, we're going to walk around. Oh, I don't know if we can. Or no, maybe we can. Can we? I don't know. Not if it's closed off. So I think we have to go this way. It's been closed off for whatever reason at one end, but not the other. So I don't know if we'd end up having to backtrack anyway. I now hear a mourning dove, so there's definitely a mourning dove or maybe more around. You know, I don't really think about it often, but I mean, there are areas like this that do need to be mowed on a regular basis. And you can see it was mowed fairly recently. So, I mean, that means getting the, equipment in here to mow it. It makes the noise and everything. Common grackle just flew through. We still have the robin on the trail. And there's a different robin singing. Well, maybe because of us, the robin took off. Didn't mean that to happen, but... red squirrel ahead. Oh, I was going to show it to you, and it took off. see, I mean, I don't know why they close it off here. And you can even see there's very little, seems like there's not much traffic going on there, just looking at the mulch. I wonder why it's closed off and how far we'd be able to get if we had walked the other way. I was, thinking about walking the other way just so we wouldn't bother anybody on the trail ahead of us. I think I see goose droppings here. Yeah, I do. So the geese have been here, which is unusual, I would say. Now here, believe it or not, we're not far. We're not far from just those few steps, but here it's unusual, or usual. But back there, unusual. Could look at those. Let's keep going. Walk out here. Take a look. We haven't seen much out here lately, but something just flew through in a hurry. I hear a gray catbird. Hearing a blue jay now. Catbird again. Yeah. And in the distance, the blue jay. I'm not seeing anything. Let me look with binoculars quickly. Okay, nothing really going on bird-wise that I can see. There's the catbird here somewhere. Oh, Canada geese are up ahead there. That sounds like a Baltimore oriole to me. Did I see it? No, that's a robin up there, but I heard an oriole. That's one thing about the orioles. They make all kinds of vocalizations in the spring, and then they seem to go quiet. Really quiet after a time. And quite honestly, you almost wonder, are they still around or have they gone elsewhere? That rattle is the Baltimore oriole. Gotta watch my step here. Goose alert. Hi, geese. I'm not being silly. I talk because I want them to realize I'm not going to harm them, and I'm not trying to sneak up on them. I don't want them to think that of all people, but they're right there, and looks like they're heading into the water, which is fine by me. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind seeing them in the water. Well, maybe a while before they actually make their way out in there, so we'll keep going. We actually have we seen any geese on water today? No. Not really. We saw geese on the road at Montezuma, but nobody's swimming. If it weren't for considerations of time and everything, I'd probably stay and watch them, but we always have time to worry about. Hearing a crow, and I see a mourning dove in the air, in and out of our view. Oh, just heard a downy woodpecker. Hearing catbirds. And a mourning dove singing. Not too many cars here right now. In fact, I think it's just mine, other than the van. That's okay. We all know sapsucker belongs to me. Never mind the fact that I don't pay for it, I don't take care of it. Lots of droppings here. Just looking for the safest way to walk there. Okay, let's get in the vehicle and go to the campus. In ways, this was a quiet walk, but I have to say I enjoyed it. I mean, we saw some nice things. Would have liked to have seen more. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to go back to the water. Maybe we'd have a chance at seeing a green heron. But not now. Just don't have the time for it. These things would just cooperate. I'll be with you shortly. Just saw a surprising amount of mud in my wheel well. How can that be? Thought I missed the mud.
says 84. Person in the parking lot walking in. I didn't see his vehicle, and maybe he didn't. Maybe he parked in one of the outer lots or something. I don't know. I'd have to say it was a pretty peaceful walk. I mean, we did hear, some people on the trails, but otherwise it was pretty quiet, and not just quiet in terms of people, but like, sometimes we're there and there's a lot of noise from the road or the airport. There wasn't any of that today. Sometimes it's noisy because of, maybe it's windy or something like that. It wasn't, again, not like that today. I may have just seen some starlings, I'm not sure. Oh, I did see starlings on the way in, and I see some on the utility pole ahead of us. Yep, there is a car in the outer lot here, and another one in this lot. I don't know if that's anybody. Anyway, bye, sapsucker. Thank you. I didn't mention it, but, and I'm not saying it is related to the sunshine or anything like that, but like in Montezuma, when I was looking out over the main pool from Wildlife Drive, it even looked hazy. It wasn't, it wasn't just heat shimmer, it was hazy, and it just, sometimes visibility just isn't as good as you might hope. Sometimes, and maybe it's because I don't know what I'm doing, or I don't know, but sometimes my camera will tend to lighten things up when I don't think it should, and or for instance, when I was looking at some of the video from last week, there was almost like a haziness to the air sometimes, even on the campus later in the day. And again, I'm not sure if it's maybe my camera trying to brighten things up. I don't know. And when I processed the video, I just added a little bit of contrast, and that took care of most of the problem. was saying earlier today that, we really didn't miss out on much last week at Van Dyke Spoor when it was raining, because I don't believe there was much to see. So it's not like, it started raining and I had to stop using my cameras or anything like that. I mean, maybe that would have been a problem, but like I said, there wasn't much to see. And the only other time in the day that the rain was even a consideration was later on at night when I was washing my car, or I just washed. Oh no, I was heading into the car wash, and a few drops of rain hit my windshield. I was like, oh, and I wanted to wash the car anyway, even if just to get the mud off. And but it didn't. It never did anything, and I made it home with a clean vehicle. Not that it was a long drive after the car wash, but, still. It's 82 degrees, it says. I wouldn't be surprised if it picks back up once we're on the actual campus. Here, this shady area. Lots of trees. I just saw a sign that says Country Club of Ithaca Maintenance Facility. I had just assumed that the golf course that we just passed, and maybe it is owned by Cornell. I had kind of assumed it was owned by Cornell. I believe Cornell does have a golf course somewhere. I may be wrong. I thought that was it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Since I don't play golf, maybe it doesn't matter. But... Okay, we're on the campus now. I just saw a sign for CAU check-in, and if I'm not mistaken, CAU stands for Cornell Adult University. I could be wrong. Does that mean the regular students who are matriculated, are they not adults? Actually, the way they act, maybe they're not. CAU unloading area, CAU check-in. See, that bump there, why can't they fix that? They can build an unnecessary field house, but they can't fix that bump. And I know why. There's money for the field house. There's no money for the roads that everyone uses. I've said it before. I should give some money to the university, and like you have to have a sign here and there. This is a Northern Ferris Acle repaired pothole. It'll just be a smooth spot on the road. Nobody on the throne, in case you were wondering. See a mourning dove. Just heard a robin. Hearing a house sparrow. Can't wait till they're done with the construction or reconstruction or remodeling or whatever of Rice Hall. Nice to be able to walk through there again. Quiet out here. A minute or two to get back out there. Be right with you. Just have some water.
Quit fighting. Just because I yelled at you earlier today doesn't mean you should fight me now. I yelled at you because it was your fault. Okay. I think I have everything. So I've seen no sign of anybody around here. Nobody on any of the light towers. Nothing. And it's quiet. You know, I'm hearing a robin sing and one robin vocalize a bit, but no alert calls or anything like that. I'm not sure how, I want to look at Man Library. So I think we have to walk around. I considered driving there just to have a look, but changed my mind. I thought, well, I'll just park the car. Hearing a mourning dove sing. And a robin sing. Like I said, it'll be nice when Rice Hall is finished. I have no idea what the schedule is in terms of when realistically they would finish. Sometimes we've seen, you know, signs, such and such building, and then, you know, they give a date, you know, spring or summer of, let's say, 2026, and summer of 2026 comes, summer of 2026 goes, and it looks like they're not that far along, or at least that they have a ways to go. I believe we're hearing a northern cardinal. I see somebody. This will be very badly backlit. Hey. Okay, let's we'll walk and see if we can improve our view. I don't know who that is. Could be an adult for all I know. But we'll walk and see if maybe we can improve our view. So a different robin, not the one that was on the ground. The different one is vocalizing. Yeah, see, if we had walked around or walked through the Ferno lawn, I don't know if we'd really be able to get here. I don't think so. There's no way to sneak over. Okay, if I keep walking this way, I will lose sight of that hawk up on top of Man Library. Is there anyone else here in the area to be seen? That I don't know. I mean, we're going to walk that way, but I don't believe we'd be able to see anyone from the quad. I think it's set too far back on the building, but I could be wrong. Maybe earlier in the day, if they spend time on Man Library, it might make for better viewing. But this time of day, late in the day, they're backlit, and it can be hard to see them well. So we'll, unless we see something else or get some other sign, we'll at least walk into the quad and look back. I don't believe we'll be able to see that hawk. So it may be something where we're just waiting. Or maybe we even return to the vehicle and drive around looking for Big Red and Arthur. I was telling someone just the other, when was it? Just a few days ago, that, at first, there's, not much doubt as to what I should do when we want to see our young hawks. Shortly after fledging, we know that they spend time, in pretty close to the nest. But then as time progresses, okay, I'm hearing robins from up ahead. As time progresses, their range is expanding. I'm guessing there's got to be somebody here. Robins are over there, and the ones that are vocalizing anyway. All right, let's. I would say that, there are too many vocalizations for it to be just them. The robins just, calling to each other for no reason. There's got to be a reason. Looking around, not seeing anybody hawk-wise. Some on Man Library, robins. And I see a robin in that tree there. Look at Man Library itself a little better from here. I don't see anybody. It does seem like the robin vocalizations are coming primarily from there. Doesn't mean that the hawk is right there. Doesn't mean it's a hawk at all, but oh, wait a minute, hold on. No. I'm going to set you down so I can do a better job looking with binoculars. Hold on a second. I'll at least point you at one of the robins. And now let me look with binoculars. I see it. So right there, and there's a house finch near it. Or at least it looks like it's near it. Alright, let's go closer to Man Library. Maybe we can get a better look, possibly. I don't know what the view's going to be like from there. I don't know if we'll have a line of sight or not. Well, let's look from here while we're here. Hold on. I suspect we're going to walk, we'll continue, but I think that branch is going to be in the way. Maybe. But I don't know how far we can. Well, oh, we may not have a view at all. Anyway, this goes to show you, if you have birds calling the alerts, listen for them. Maybe they'll tell you where something is. I wouldn't have known. Oh. I don't know if this is looking good in terms of viewing. Kind of lost my bearings here as to where the hawk is. Hold on, let me look with binoculars. No, I don't seem to have any view at all. Anyway, this is Man Library, or part of it. And you can walk from Man Library into Warren Hall or into Plant Science. Although Plant Science, you go through that tunnel, and so you can get exposed to outside air. But with Man Library and Warren Hall, you can walk directly from one end to the other, and you are truly inside the whole time. Just looking for a line of sight on our hawk. Okay, I'm going to look with binoculars again. Number of house finches up there, I believe. but I don't have a line of sight at all on our hawk. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I've forgotten where in the tree it is, quite honestly. Oh, there it is, I think. All right, well, I guess this is going to have to be our best viewing. It's funny, I would think I could see it. Maybe I looked in the wrong spot, but I somehow think I would maybe, well, oh, maybe not, be able to see it from, you know, near the library. There are signs on the wall, on the doors for plant signs saying, "Come in, newly remodeled." I didn't think it was all done, but maybe it is. Or maybe the work they're going to do is done, I should say. Signs on the wall. Quiet, Ferris. Anyway, I'd be curious to go and look inside Plant Science to see what they've done. We won't stay here too long. Maybe we'll try again from Man Library. I'd love a better look, but I don't. It could be my fault. Maybe I didn't track well enough its location within the tree. We'll try again because this view is not improving. Try to keep a like here you can't see it. There's a red-tailed hawk up there. Yeah, from here I cannot see it. Maybe over. Oh, a bunch of birds just took off from there. Let's walk over here. I don't think it's going to help, but no. No. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a squirrel up there, too. All right, well, let's look up there. Maybe with a closer, steadier look of this, maybe we'll see the hawk. I don't know. Hold on a second. Okay. So, like I said, I think there's a squirrel here. Yep, right there. And still don't see the hawk. Hold on. Oh, maybe I do, but barely. Maybe. Where is it? Oh, it took off. Did it take off? Yeah, it went and I didn't see it take off, but I just saw it in flight. Or I saw something in flight, a large, and the birds have quieted. It went over Warren Hall and that away. So let's head that away. Hello. There was a red-tailed hawk, but it just took off. Well, I don't know if you know, but there's at least one family of red-tailed hawks on the campus.
Yes, that I know about.
Big Red and Arthur, and one of their young was just in that tree and took off. So I'm heading to see if I can find it. Pardon me?
Small bird chirping around, that wasn't good.
Well, no, because they're upset that the hawk was there, and that's how I knew the hawk was there. Take care. So, I don't know if Warren Hall is open and if I could cut through there. I might lose you in the process. It's a heavy-duty building, and I don't know how the cellular signals are in there. But we'll go this way. It did seem to take off and head in that general direction over, now granted that's what I saw, over Warren Hall and beyond somewhere. And we will see if maybe we can catch up with it, find it again. I hear up ahead, I hear robin alert calls. This is where our robins really help us. Okay, before the sun gets in my eyes. Well, now it's in my eyes. I can hardly see because of the sun. Okay, I'm getting out of the sun now. Well, it's taking a while. Okay, see, one of the robins is right here. And just took off, maybe because of me. Oh, I think I see somebody, possibly. I see something large. I don't know if it's a hawk or not. So if I'm remembering properly, wasn't I told that P1 has a heavy belly band? That's a belly band. So where are we? That tree is relative to Tower Road anyway. That's behind Warren Hall, but not really close to Warren Hall. It's behind both Warren Hall and what's the name of the building? Oh, Martha Van Rensselaer Hall. I think this one is maybe going to take off soon. Let's get a little closer, if we can. Uh-oh. Okay. Come on, where are you? Okay, so let's get some more exercise and walk that away, back maybe more towards, I guess, Mann Library, most likely. I'm glad at least, you know, we got to see it out here. I hate to do a lot of walking only to, you know, have the hawk leave on you and you never see it or you never find it in the first place. Anyway, we're not usually back here, but this is a small parking lot for Warren, I guess, and really too small, quite honestly. Other doors to Warren Hall. And, you know, I haven't really mentioned it to everybody. I mean, most of you may know, but this is the Ag and Life Sciences, College of Agriculture and Life Sciences quad. So Warren Hall, Mann Library, Plant Science, those are the main ones I know. And some of these other buildings that I've never really dealt with much, I don't remember the names, to be honest with you. They're not new buildings. Some, like Warren Hall, was completely remodeled inside a number of years ago, but not very, very long ago. I think we're hearing chimney swifts up above us. Well, you know, I will say this. It says, you know, there were signs come in for the remodeled or whatever, Plant Science, and maybe it was remodeled, but you see still air conditioning units on various windows. And I point that out because it's not like they've put in a whole new climate system or anything like that by the looks of things. And maybe they want to keep it so that it's just individual rooms. In some ways that may actually be more efficient. You know, rather than running an entire system, maybe just the individual offices as needed. Anyway, it's been my impression that they haven't really truly gutted the plant science building and made everything new. There's certain areas that may be new I haven't seen yet, but I've seen others just looking in or whatever, and they haven't been touched by the looks of things. Okay, we're hearing a house finch sing, not a house sparrow. Okay, so here's Mann Library again, and you know, I can't see the top where we saw the first hawk. Not from here yet. Keep looking back. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Well, maybe now. Alright, let's look from here. Oh, you know what? Let's walk back a little bit. Okay, let's try from here. What am I seeing? I see at least one. Am I seeing two? Am I seeing two? Yes, hi. So they're both up there now. I'm going to, hold on. I'm going to lighten it up and see if maybe, if they're still backlit. Let me see if I can at least give us a, not really. It's about as good as it gets, really, I think. Just hanging out up there. I haven't seen any adults yet. And I wonder if maybe somebody is nearby. We saw one of them. We saw one in the quad, and it took off, and it went behind Warren Hall, and then came back for some reason. But and I would not be the least bit surprised if it came back to join its sibling, because it's concerned that, okay, if food is dropped, it would be dropped for the sibling, and so it wants to get in on the action. That's my guess. I don't know if I'll end up doing a highlights video, for instance, today. And I say that because we haven't seen much real activity yet. I mean, I don't consider this a great view. This is just the view we're stuck with, and it's my belief it's the best we can do at this time. Sometimes I put together a highlights video because, okay, we saw a lot of stuff, and let's condense it down over the course of, maybe we saw over the course of a couple hours a lot of good scenes, and, it's worth condensing down. If it's only a few decent views, then it's not worth putting a highlights video together. So unfortunately, with this, well, I guess I could, if I go through Emerson or whatever, I can get through, not inside the building, but through the various outdoor steps. I can probably get through. Maybe it's easier than walking all the way around Atkinson Hall. The groundhog right near me just came into view. There's a catbird vocalizing, by the way. Am I going to get the groundhog on camera or not? No. Walked away. It was on... Hold on a second. It hopped up onto those stairs, and I was hoping I could show it to you, but no. So anyway, the two juveniles, I believe that, yeah, they're both juveniles. They're just hanging around up there. And I think what we'll do is maybe we will take a look around. Maybe we should look at Bradfield. But I doubt their parents are around, or at least in the immediate area. Hold on a second. Is someone stirring, maybe? No, just preening, I think. Actually, the one who's preening looks like it might stay. If anyone moves, it's the one... Well, now the other one's preening, too. Maybe someone is going to move. I didn't walk to the far end of the quad, but I don't believe we would have been able to see these hawks from there. Like I said, I think this structure is too far back on the building for us to be able to see it anywhere from other than here. I think someone's going to take off, or it looks like someone's preparing to do so. Thanks. It's not what I had in mind. We'll wait here. Unfortunately, if it went into the quad, for instance, I can't hear if the birds are reacting or not. The way the quad is relative to this area where I'm standing, the sounds are isolated. So I mean, it could be in the quad right now, causing a whole ruckus again with the smaller birds there, and I don't know. Well, we might as well walk that way, I guess, and maybe we'll see if that's what's happening. It could just be somewhere else on the roof there and, you know, not disturbing anybody. I wish there were a shortcut, but there's no shortcut that I know of. The first time we walked in there today, you know, from out here, like I said, I couldn't hear any sound. And it wasn't until we were nearing the end of the tunnel when I could finally hear, okay, there's some, you know, I'm hearing robins. But that's how it has to be. By the way, when we walk through this tunnel, like I said, this is, you can cross the tunnel, not go the entire length like we're about to do. So you're exposed to outdoor air here, but this door here goes to Man Library, this goes to Plant Science. Does that look like it's newly refurbished to you? But on the other side, to go into Warren Hall, there's no exterior walking. There's no outdoor air. You're inside the entire time. Okay. I hear a house finch, but that's all I'm hearing. And it doesn't even sound like it's disturbed by anything. I'd say it's pretty safe to say there is no seeing that structure. I could be wrong. The roof structure, no seeing it from. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. From anywhere here in the quad. Well, let's walk this way a bit anyway. I might regret it, but I hear one robin singing. We can walk through the Tower Road there, that way, if we want. Drop it on the ground here, I don't want to bother it. I always think, yeah, that's Caldwell Hall there. I always forget the name. Another robin. And we'll look up. Not from here. I don't think, like I said, I don't think we would be able to see the hawks from here. No, it's not going to happen. I get farther away, and you hope the angle would allow you to see that structure up on Library, but it's not. I don't think it's possible. Uh-oh. These two like each other immediately. Very much. Alright, which way should we go? I think we might as well walk this way. And oh, hold on a second. For all I know, that hawk that took off went again. Well, we might as well check while we're here. Went again behind Warren Hall. I doubt it, but it didn't seem like it was taking a major flight. It seemed like it was just taking a quick hop to somewhere else on the roof. But let's look anyway, just in case. I don't remember if I've ever set foot in Caldwell Hall. I think I have. Long ago. quiet out here. I'm not hearing anything in terms of alert calls. So I think we'll go back. It was up in that tree earlier. What I don't know is, like, where have the young hawks been roosting? Have they been roosting on Man Library? Have they been finding their way back to the trees and, you know, around the Fernal Lawn, in and around? I don't know. Maybe I should have walked right back through the tunnel and had a look back up at that structure on Man, instead of coming this way. Because if I do end up deciding to go back there, I have to walk around Atkinson again, I guess. We can cut through here now, though. And while we're here, let's look at some of these perches on Bradfield. We're not normally this far from Bradfield and with a clear view of those perches. I don't see anybody on there, but we'll look while we're here anyway. And the throne is empty. The throne is up here. Nobody there, as I say. And we'll look at the various perches. Can't see all of them. We've got a tree in our way over here, so we can't see everything. But and it's rare that we've seen hawks there on any of the perches we just checked. If I do see a hawk on a perch, it's usually one of the ones closer to Tower Road. Over, you know, to our right. Not that I'm seeing anybody now. Well, that part of plant science may have been new that I just saw. Maybe. It makes sense. This was all closed off for a time. In fairness, you know, these are large buildings. It takes a lot of money to refurbish. Not just refurbish, but like in some cases they're completely changing things. That's the case with Warren Hall. Some of it was completely redone, different walls, different everything. McGraw Hall, that's the one on the Arts Quad that they're redoing. I can't say I was very familiar with what it looked like before. But it'd be interesting to see a before and after because they've gutted it. We've been behind there many times as we have been looking for hawks, and it's completely, open to the sky in many areas. And they've, my suspicion is okay, let's keep the structure, keep it looking like it did from the exterior. But once you're inside, we want to make this a different building altogether. So nobody obviously there. I'm not hearing any vocalizations. Did I just see something? I doubt it. It's I don't know with certainty, but it's my guess that the adults are starting to. They're in the hide and seek period a little bit. Let's get our young to start becoming more independent. Let's not make it so easy for them. And I'm not, happy that they've constructed this field house, to be honest with you. But I will be glad when they're done constructing it. So maybe, hopefully, we'll be able to walk through a little bit more readily than we can now. Not walk through the building, but walk by it and walk to the other side of it. Nobody up there. Things were a lot easier last week in terms of seeing our hawks. They were just in the Ferno lawn area, and that's all we had to do. Look, it's maybe more effort to see them now, sure, but that's what we want. I mean, we want the hawks to mature, to become independent, and to move on. I mean, we'll miss them, sure, but we want them to move on, to become adults, and become hopefully successful adults, and have territories of their own somewhere else. That's the ultimate. We're going to look up at one of the perches. I'm not saying there's a hawk there, but something looks white there. Probably a slice or something, but let's look at it. Yeah, that one brick has had a tough time. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, did I hear a robin? Oh, wait a minute. What's that? Hold on a second. Is that the structure? Can I see that? Is that the man library structure? It might be. I never realized you could see it from here. If that's it, I think it is it. There are no hawks there. Yeah, I think that's it. But nobody's there. But that simplifies things. I think. Assuming that is the structure. I think it is, though. Makes sense. Okay, good. That's good to know. Maybe we can maybe I finally figured something out in terms of something I probably should have figured out a long time ago. Maybe we can get better views. But again, I'm not hearing any alert calls. Now, when they were up there, I wasn't hearing any alert calls either. As I get closer to the building, to that, to Mann Library. Yeah, it is definitely on Mann Library. Now Emerson blocks my view. If you come here yourself, you have to keep in mind there are a lot of buildings that can block your view, and we can cut through. We can go down some stairs from here. The building itself is locked. Do we have a view from here? That'd be great. Or is that not possible? No, that is not possible. Can't see it from here. But at least we're here and you can see how, we can note how quiet it is on this side. Not a peep. So as I said, the building is, if you're unfamiliar, the building is Emerson itself is locked. I don't know if I've ever been in Emerson. I've been in Bradfield once or twice. And Emerson, there's this exterior stairwell we can use to get down behind Emerson. And is that easier than, does it go this way, or is it that through there? Yeah, this way works. Well, we might as well go to the quad again. This leads right to the quad. We may not be seeing hawks, but I'm getting a little bit of exercise, and you're getting to see more of the campus, I guess. And that's really, I remember that's how it kind of started out. Not necessarily coming right here, but where the chicken coops used to be. I remember that first official tour. And I remember mentioning that, I'm giving you a little tour of the campus, because up until then, you weren't seeing much of the campus. You were only seeing whatever the Nest Cam could see. Yeah, quiet out here. Quiet out here. So let's go back. Still nobody on the throne, by the way. Now, this is called the William and Patricia Boyle Breezeway. And it's a breezeway now. But there have been times when I've walked through and it's like, wow, that's not a breezeway, that's a windway. That is windy. Feels good, by the way. I don't know if Mann Library is open from that door or not. But we just passed. I think we might as well go this way, although I was not hearing anything. Hold on, let me open up my tripod. Had to close it up a bit so I could walk down those stairs. I hear somebody. I hear a hawk. I heard a hawk. a young hawk, not an adult. Two of them. And one of them sounded like it was in flight. The other sounds like it's calling. They sound like they're... All right. They're that away. What I tell you, sound is incredibly important for bird watching, at least for me. Oh, adult. That looks like Arthur. I'll bet he's heading up to... He's flying around. Hold on a second. Oh, come on, tripod. Don't fool around. Okay, out of my view. Did he come back into view? No. So, we've seen Arthur now, and I believe that was Arthur, and the two young are behind me somewhere. We're looking at Bradfield Hall, but they seem to be behind me somewhere, maybe in these trees or something, is my guess. And my guess is we're calling because they saw him as well. All right, let's go this way. I don't know my way around these areas, to be honest with you, all that well. No sign of him. I don't know if this will help us get to an area where we might see our hawks. Because I have no idea where within the trees they might be, or if they're on the edge. They've quieted down, and in terms of finding them, that's not a good thing at all. Like I said, I don't know my way around here in terms of what's best. And maybe we'll go right back. I don't really show you these areas, and quite honestly I forgot about this one if I've seen it even before. Student Centennial Garden. We're not going to read it, but there are a lot of pretty areas here on the Cornell campus. A lot of beautiful areas. A lot of ugly new buildings that they've built also, but I don't think we're going to walk heading down to the road there. BB Lake is in that direction. I don't know if that's really, if that makes sense, quite honestly. My guess is the young hawks, seeing their parents, will get closer to Tower Road again. That's, again, just a guess, but... I was hoping if they were going to continue, we'd Might find them. We don't usually come down here, but it's really an impressively large area that's kind of hidden. I think there was a song sparrow we just heard. Hold on, let me listen. Okay. So they're not back up on that structure on Man Library. I don't see anybody up there, and I don't know if they stayed in the wooded area or not. Probably. Again, we saw Arthur in the air, and then he went to, I think, some part, well, I don't know if he landed on Bradfield or not eventually, but lost sight of him as he flew over Bradfield. Like I said, we may soon come to a point. I mean, today's the 11th of July. I don't remember the exact dates when we had fledges, but they've been out of the nest for a bit now, and we may, soon come to a point where it's like, okay, we're going to do more driving around. Maybe we'll get out of the car in certain areas, but it's not so automatic where you just park the car in the parking lot, on the other side of Tower Road, and get out and take a look around. Usually, it's been my experience here. Usually, around Independence Day, July 4th, we see a fair amount of activity, and we see them, the hawks on the ground, maybe playing with mulch like we just did last week, and that happens. And but now it's a new week, and a week means a lot. 1 week means a lot in terms of where everybody goes and what everyone does. Hello. Oh, I see somebody on top of Bradfield. Might be Arthur. Let's take a look. I don't know if we'll be able to tell. I think it is. Looks like Arthur to me. Can't see all the perches from here, but those two, nobody's there. So this is Arthur again. We haven't seen Big Red yet. We've seen the peas. Actually, this shouldn't surprise me. We lost sight of him, and he probably simply circled around and landed here, is my guess. And like I said, though, we have not yet seen Big Red. And where are we standing? We're standing between Atkinson Hall. Is it Atkinson? I think so. And Rice Hall, which is under construction. All right, we're going to continue because this is not the best view, and quite honestly, as it gets later in the day, some of these views can be difficult lighting-wise. And I wouldn't mind crossing the road and maybe having a look at, well, maybe we don't have to cross the road, just to see the various lighting towers. I'm not seeing anybody on the towers I can view. I think I am hearing a robin, maybe not near us, but... So Arthur's still up there. We can look at him from here. Maybe the lighting might be a little better, maybe not, but we'll look. I just wonder if the peas have moved. You know, lighting is a little better. So again, this is Arthur. Oh. 2 great blue herons just flying overhead. We see them every once in a while flying over the campus. So not a terrible surprise. He kind of looks like he might leave pretty soon. But I think I'm hearing a robin from the other side of things. Maybe we'll go over there again and look around just in case maybe the peas have come into view or come a little bit closer. 1 second. Okay, let's go. We may not walk all the way through. I think we're going to go up into the garden area, that rooftop garden. Just that might be good enough to get an understanding of what's going on there. Oh, the changes they've made to this Ferno lawn even over the years. If you've been with us since 2012, things look quite a bit different back then. I mean, not major, but like they took out garden beds that seemed fine to me, but So we're hearing repeated calls from one robin at least, maybe just one. And at least from here, I can't see what the cause of that is, if there is a hawk nearby. May have to go down there to look out. Maybe it's oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Did I see something? No, probably not. My guess is maybe on that building, whatever that building is, I can't remember. Maybe, I'll bet there's a robin there, maybe. All right, let's, quite honestly, I don't understand the purposes of these little rooftop gardens. To be honest, I don't think they really accomplish anything. It's better than nothing, don't get me wrong, but I mean, if you had nothing there, it would just be nothing. That contributes maybe something. But again, we'll look at Arthur one more time while we're here. Different angle, different lighting. Okay, let's continue. I don't know if I've ever been in Inferno Hall. I might have gone in there maybe once, maybe. But whenever I'm close to the building, I can smell the air that's being ventilated out of it. And it smells like an old school building of some sort. I'm not being critical in that. I'm just noting that. That's all. Okay, hold on. Let me collapse the tripod a little bit. It smells like old books and papers and things like that. After a while, the tripod gets heavy on my shoulder as I carry it. You know, I wonder if I misinterpreted what I was hearing. Hold on, maybe they're somewhere else. Maybe they're out here somewhere, not in the... Yeah, I think they are. I see a robin on the construction fence, and if things, or maybe things changed while we were walking, but I don't think a robin would be on the construction fence and worrying about a hawk down there. Maybe the hawk is up in here somewhere. Or I should say, at least closer to being within view from out here. Let's stop right here. Okay, robin just took off from the construction fence. And maybe it's not, well, I've mentioned before, for years, in some parts of the camp, that, oh, it's back on the fence. I hear a catbird. It's probably like, dum-dum, can't you see where it is? Now on the ground. Now back up on the fence. So maybe it's just vocalizing for some other reason. I don't know. Or maybe could it be in one of the trees in the fernal lawn? I don't know. Let me have a look. I'm going to set you down. Well, it could be because of Arthur, actually. He's up there on Bradfield, so maybe that's what the issue is. Let me point you at him, and I'll look around. Something kind of startled him a second ago, I think. See anybody other than Arthur. But this robin keeps vocalizing. It could be because of Arthur. It could be some other reason. Catbird sounds happy. Well, we're going to continue to walk. If the peas are in the woods behind us, between us and Beebe Lake, I don't think we're going to find them. It'd be very unlikely unless they come out, and they might. Especially if someone else shows up. But they saw Arthur, they were calling to him, and that's it. He didn't bring them any dinner or anything. And we're going to continue to walk, I think, towards Tower Road then, I guess, and maybe hope that Big Red shows up. And even if she just goes right to a perch on Bradfield, we'll get to see her. Hopefully. the robin took off from the fence, and it seems, assuming that's the one vocalizing, it continues to vocalize. Now, I have reasonable certainty, that they're not in the Fernal Lawn trees, because if they are, no one vocalized about them. I didn't look at the trees, but I didn't hear any sounds or anything from any birds. I think I would have, probably. Somebody would have said something. You know, let's walk in here. The sidewalk's closed, but you never know. Maybe someone's hiding somewhere in here. I doubt it, but the sidewalk is close to us, but the hawks don't care. Pretty sure I've never set foot in Bruckner Hall. That's this one here. I never did go in the chicken coop buildings, the former poultry barns, which had been converted to offices of some sort. Never went in there. And now I never will, because those buildings were taken down. Did I just hear another great blue heron, maybe? Maybe not. Quiet out here on Tower Road. Not a peep. Arthur's still up there. And looking at the various lighting towers that I am able to see from here. Nobody. I think what we're going to do is we may try to, I think we'll walk around to the other side of Bradfield and just have a look just to see if maybe by any chance Big Red has shown up there. She may try to sneak in. In fact, that would be my guess that she will do that. Assuming she comes, she might roost elsewhere. Who knows? I think she'll come around. At least somewhere reasonably close. I'm not saying that we'll find her, but... You've probably seen it at one point or another, but the field house, I'm not saying it looks complete, but they've got some things in there that look like finished product. Let me show you what I mean. I mean, there's like artificial turf inside. Quickly here. That's not something that you put down when that part anyway is under construction. But, I mean, there's obviously a lot on the outside that has yet to be finished. I don't know, the plans for the building. I don't know, what is going to be inside. I mean, if it's just an athletic facility, meaning like just some kind of a field or something, you have the fields taking up the bulk of it, and then maybe a few things like, restrooms and locker rooms and stuff like that. So, may not be the most complex thing to build. Whereas a building like Warren Hall, for instance, it's not like one big space. There are lecture halls within, but lots of offices and things like that. So in many ways it's probably more complicated. Plus the bathrooms and other special rooms. Okay, looking at the perches here, I don't see anybody. So we'll take a look with the scope, but just to show you, I don't think anyone's here. Big Red hasn't, to my knowledge, has not shown up yet. Not in the likely spots, anyway. And I don't see Arthur from here. But maybe he may still be up there, and maybe we just can't see him from here, just given how we've walked. We'll probably end up closing up pretty soon if we don't see some activity. Not just yet. Okay, Arthur is still up there. I was looking at the wrong spot on the building. I couldn't see it where he is until now, until I walked here. Hold on a second, let's take a look at him again. My guess is he won't stay up there very long. He'll either leave the area or he'll drop down to one of the lower perches for roosting. That's, again, a guess. Alright, let's move. Hold on a second. There we go. overall, though, quiet evening. I mean, we've seen the hawks other than Big Red, but not much activity. You know, we did see one in the Ag and Life Sciences quad, and we've seen them on Man Library together, but not a lot of flying around, not a lot of anything. When we were here last week, I mean, we saw them a little bit of flying around, more on the ground than anything, but at least there, and they were, you know, dealing with the chips of mulch, the bark chips. I'd say, and, you know, maybe important skills to practice. As I mentioned earlier, usually we see that around the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th of July, and 2nd of July, and in fact we did. Kind of right on cue. But today it's been quiet. Today it almost feels like not the 11th of July, but maybe the 18th or the 25th. It feels just a little bit later, almost, just how quiet it is and everything. Although, you know, sometimes later in the month we start to see some, you know, occasional attempts or half attempts at hunting on the part of the young, depending on, you know, opportunities, of course. So I don't see anybody on these other perches that I can see on Bradfield. So we haven't really walked and taken a look at all the regular expected roosting perches on Bradfield just yet. So we'll walk that way. I suspect, unless something happens, I suspect that if the peas are in those woods, I think they're probably going to stay there overnight. That's my guess. Unless they have some reason to move, I think they'll be fine there. If you don't know what I'm watching, if you're unfamiliar with this tour, he keeps talking about these peas. What peas? What is he talking about, peas? The O's, maybe people would say, okay, that's obviously a name, but peas, they might think of, you know, the vegetable. Peas. So I'll say P1 and P2. You know, I wonder, like, you know, I'm not here during the week so much, and like, have they been going to some of these, like, lower things on the towers? Then again, maybe the towers are different than they used to be, but there's still some lower perches, and maybe the newer ones don't have some of those lower perches. No, I don't think they do. So maybe they're not making use of them like in prior, you know, before they put the unnecessary field house in. Oh! Okay, Arthur is no longer at the top of Bradfield, but he's now on one of the lower perches, and I believe I see our queen. Not with him, but at a lower perch. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay. She's next to the very much abused brick. So here's Big Red. There she is. Hello. And Arthur is up at a higher perch up here. So we've seen everybody. Let's look back at her now. Not the best view of her. Where is she? There she is. But if she turns around, that'll be okay. Hi. Alright, let me brighten it up a little bit. That's better. Good to see her. She looks like she's planning on maybe doing something. So I'm just glad we got to see her today. And we'll look up at Arthur again. It's dark down here, but the sky still has a fair amount of light. So, the point is he can, might be able to see quite a ways, given how light is still, there's still some light available. I think she's closing her eyes a little bit. What a beautiful bird she is. I realize the image isn't the clearest, but it's because it's dark. There's only so much we can do. Like I said, I don't believe that you know, P1 and P2 are going to be coming around here. I suspect that they are content to roost wherever they are at the moment. So anyway, we've got Big Red and Arthur here on Bradfield Hall. He's starting to close his eyes too. Sleepy breathy, beautiful. And back to Big Red. And I think I'm going to close up for the day myself. I don't know if anyone's moving around much for the rest of the day. And, oops, sorry. You have to admire the birds, not just the hawks, but the robins. Look, this robin is still looking for food. Anyway, I think we're going to say goodnight to Arthur. Good night, sir. And we'll say goodnight to our queen, Big Red. Good to see her. Even if we didn't see her flying around or anything, she snuck in somehow, and that's fine by me. Good to see her. Everybody, I want to wish you all a good night. We're going to close up for the night, I think. Hope you've enjoyed the day. I wish we had seen more. I know I say that often, but it was kind of a quiet day in many ways today. But I'm glad we did what we did. But like I said, it's time for me to pack up and head home. Feels early. What time is it? Yeah, it's just after 9. It still feels early to me to pack up. But you know, like I said, I don't think they're moving around much for the rest of the night. So maybe we'll close up and let you all go home early. Good night, everybody. Take care.